right. Right, I'm just going to do my normal quick follow of a couple other channels. And, yep. Alright, lots of different music, lots of different channels. Just jumping on, following a couple here real quick. I'll jump into a couple of different things here, people I'm not already following. Follow a few of those. Yep. I'm not going to spend a lot of time putting a lot of messaging in there, just because I want to get started on my stuff, but I'll do a couple of quick follows.
This doesn't feel like progress. I like that. There was a
B0R3DPR0GR 4 cubic millimeters R. Just follow.
what? What building is? Thanks.
Quick follows.
And
Yep.
it's a thing to orchestrate Docker containers and set up dev environments. Basically,
Alright, so I did a couple of quick follows to other channels. I'm hoping that will get me a couple of follows back, and we're going to see what happens. But in the meantime, we're going to, yep, we should have the Visual Studio Capture, which is all fine. And let's see if we can get some stuff moving. Okay, so our history works, which is fine. We got our system data, we got our servers, which again is fine. Then we have our databases, and okay. Yep. If we open up one of these, we can just edit, delete it. Good, that one's gone. Filters are hidden. We can go back to our servers list. Alright, so the SQL database list doesn't have a lot of navigation on the left-hand side, and it seems to have this one level add button, but we can jump back to home. We really do want to get the functionality of this thing working, so we're going to test a couple of things real quick, because we have like Sqlite data types, which again is fine. Integer, text, those are the most common ones. Huh, interesting. Back button only works when my mouse is over a certain area, but irrelevant. Okay, so we have our procedure types. We go back to our home, but get a new one. Alright, so this got super wide. I'm not quite sure why. I'll look into that later. So we grab our database, and we have that bad database in there, but we'll grab this one. And this one says there's no such column in the SQL table view called SQL schema name. Okay, so we're going to go into the SQL table view. We have a SQL schema name. Alright, we've added that. Moving on, try it again. Right, we have all of our tables, so we can grab the employee table, sure where it's stuck. Why is it stuck? Oh, no, right. Okay. I never started the server. So it's a SQL Server Express, which means it's in my laptop and it doesn't start by default. So we're going to start it so that way we can connect to it. All right, excellent. So now it's started. Now we should be able to grab the employee table, go to information about that table, and we have our subject, we have our caption, we have our fields. Now, what's interesting is that only half of them are filled in for yes or no. And in reality, they shouldn't be gray, they should be white. So let's fix that. For starters, when we got our fields, which will be inside of a SQL table field action, right? And we said list them from a parent table, which is this one. Okay. And we set assign properties to values. Right. So why would that field in the model not be filling it in for the no? Okay, so we have is null value allowed, which by default is a null. Okay. So in this case, we're saying it's a yes. Otherwise, we're saying it's a no, which is fine, because if it was a no, we would say if the null value is allowed is not a null and it equals 0, then true to it being a no. So is the button bound wrong? So when we set a yes, there's the issue. No. So the value is true, which is fine. Value is not null, value is true, and allowed does not equal no, then set it to no. Okay. It is. Okay. So let's double check that field for is nullable. Go to our interface creation event. Look for a caption that's marked is nullable in the current document. Okay, so that's this one. We have toggle yes and toggle no. And the problem is we didn't identify the binding. Should have checked there first. So then this one, there we go. Okay. And we can put in grid column 0, excellent. All right, so now that it's bound correctly, all of the fields are showing up and that part's there. We do want to make these white instead of gray though. So if we go to our definition, not of the field, but the style, we can go here and we can go background. This is a static background. Yep. And if we go to our control template, content presenter, is defaulted, is mouse over, is pressed, is enabled, is checked. Okay, so background is this button disabled background if it's not enabled, but it is enabled. So its background should be button static background. which is not white. But in reality, we should have a toggle button background set of colors. So we're going to grab these colors. So these are system colors. Yeah. Buttons, combo boxes, window navigations, current entry backgrounds. Okay, so let's put these down and switch out everywhere where it says button dot with toggle button dot. We just change that, and then this one we would make not wheat, no, white. Okay, so that makes more sense. And then we can simply navigate back to where it's being used, and we can insert toggle button name instead of the button name. Okay, so we have that, and then a few more changes from here down. We'll just replace the space button dot with space toggle button dot. Alright, we replaced that. Very good. Alright, now we have the toggle yes toggle, but we also want to do the toggle no toggle. So we place the same thing like so. And now we have white buttons that definitely give a mouse over effect when you do that. They don't give a mouse over effect when they're already selected, but interesting. So they don't seem to be responding to each other, which is annoying. So inside of okay, so we have style is yes, is checked, is null about yes. Go to definition of that, and then when we set this is null allowed, which is here, it should automatically notify value allowed yes or no. But it doesn't seem to be notifying because they seem to be toggling themselves. So let's try, maybe we set the mode to two-way. Turn on the trigger. Very good. Okay. All right. So now that I've got those, now I can all right, now it just simply goes back and forth. So is nullable? No. All right, so that works. Now we had find important fields. That was an action we were working on. We would need to identify important fields like the primary key field, which we do. And then some of these other ones, which are like record added timestamp, record added by username, which I have a default naming. We can use a close naming as well. All right. So we'll want to update this button to actually scroll through and see if it matches default field name or field names that are inside of the important field types, which means when we close this and we go to our system data, we go to important field types, each one of these important field types would have to have field names that match. So important field type, we would then say like field names, and maybe we use a text with comma separated values or something. So important field type, views, models here. We can grab description, duplicate that field, and we could then replace the word important field type description and change it to default field names, or matching, auto matching field names. Okay, so we have auto matching field names, which is there. Then we can take this same field, we go to our actions class, and we have table field information in here, which we can do something similar to this with. Okay. Matching field names, copy that, and then what we'll do is we'll go to our SQLite Studio, we'll grab our important field types, we'll add a new field, text, save that. Then go to our V important field types. It's this one, data, commit, okay, T important field type dot, auto matching field names. Very good. All right, commit that. So we have that now. Good. Yep, I closed that SQLite Studio. That's all fine. Okay. So we have auto matching field names, and we want to put that onto a page. Save everything. We got word field type details, field description, which we can then make text box input tall, which makes much more sense. Important field type here, which the label should then be label input required, right? And after field description, we're going to put another box, pretty much the same thing, except we're going to call it auto matching field names. Auto matching field names. Okay, we have a list order if it's selectable. Okay, we have this related tab in here, which is not needed. So we're just going to comment that whole thing out for now. Okay, so we have that, we have the information. We have all this extra room for instructions or whatever, but I don't know that we necessarily need it right now. But we have the field name, the field description, the auto matching field names. Okay. So let's see if we can put some of that information in. So we go to our system data, important field types, and then we can edit, and we can say record added by username is selectable. We would hit save. Object does not match target type, which means the update event for important field types is not set up right again. So we have add, delete, get, lists, list, select, update. There we go. So prompt no changes found. Actions, yes. So let's go to our templates, and we get our actions, field information, minimize table information, minimize SQLite. There we go. Methods, add, delete, get, update. Here we are. Okay. And then after command text, basically from here to there, replace it with that event. And then when set variables, yep, we have the update thing. Everything else looks good. Okay, this execute. It's not dirty. Very good. Save. Let's try again. Data, important field types. Okay, edit. Record added by username. Save. Alright, so it says it's saved. Let's double check the database to see if it's saved. Important field type, data, record added by username. Yep, so that one's there. And if I add multiple to it, alright, so it's not allowing an enter, but we can also put in added by username, and we can save that again. And if we refresh this, we should see that there's multiple values in here. Perfect. So triggered added and added by username. Great. So what we need to do is then loop through the existing fields and see if there's a match in any of those fields in the important field type names, and then grab that ID. So the easiest way to do this is maybe not necessarily do a loop, but run a query. So we can open the editor. We'd say I want to select all from T-SQL table field. Where T-SQL table ID equals, grab a recent one. Okay, we're going to grab table 14. Okay, 14. And field type ID is null, right? Because if we matched one, we're not going to unmatch it, right? And then what we would do is we would have to do a match contains or something like that. So we would have to do something like inner join T-SQL field. No, inner join T important field type on T-SQL table field dot field name. Let's do field name. Yep. All right. So let's try use wildcards in SQLite join statement. So I knew this was a little so table A like table B. Yes, so we're going to inner join this where auto matching field names like SQL table field dot SQL table field name okay, and then we would have to take important field type. So let's take SQL table field, this one, dot SQL table field ID, SQL table field name, T important field type dot important field type ID, Very good. Error while executing. No such column. Okay. So record added and record added by username. Interesting. Okay. But because, yeah, interesting. So because it's inside of the other one, it's accidentally matching the timestamp field with the text field. Huh. So the only other thing I can think of is that I would have to match on another criteria, which then allows us to match on like the data type. So SQL data type, yeah. And if I ran, say the text one first or something, yeah, that way it would not end up being double or a false match. So important field type would probably need like a default data type. SQL data types don't have any data, and important field types probably would need some sort of data, something. Okay, so SQL data types. What kind of SQL data types do we have? Integers, texts, varchars, right? Dates, small date times, things like that. So if we started with that, and SQL data types, like actual SQL though, let's open up the new SQL Server Management Studio and see what we got. Nope, I need the older version. Okay. 20 instead of 21. So let's see what kind of quick data types we have. So like for example, we have a small date time data type. All right, that's fine. We'll keep that. All right, then we have a varchar data type. All right, keep that. We have an integer data type. All right, keep that. Then we have a decimal data type. Okay, so we also have a tiny integer data type, yeah. Kind of like an integer. Excellent. Commit. refresh. Alright, so we have small date times, varchars, integers, decimals, and tiny integers. Those are pretty standard. I know there's a variety of other types out there, but we have these. Then, important field type would need to know which SQL data type we were looking at. So we would have to edit the table and we can then add a field and call it SQL data type ID, make it an integer and a foreign key, match it to tsql data type like so, and commit change. Okay, now if we go to data, over here, we can see that the record added timestamp is going to be a small date time. Record modified timestamp is a small date time. Excellent. Record added by user ID would be an integer, but record added by user name would be a varchar. Okay, so we have that one. Fine. Commit changes. Okay, commit changes. Excellent. So SQL table fields should have a SQL data type, which is this one, which then we need to map to the foreign key of SQL data type, which is this one. Commit that. Alright, and then SQL data type, if we went to table 14, which is down here, okay, record added is a small date time. Okay, and record added by username is a varchar. Pretty simple so far. Commit those changes. Close that. Alright, then we can join also on SQL table field, SQL data type equals t important field type dot SQL data type. Play that. Now we can see that this table field should be that important field type because we match on both sides. Okay, so if we have that and we want to switch it to an update statement instead, we should be able to switch it slightly. We should be able to say update t SQL table field set important field type ID equals important field type dot important field type ID from SQL table field inner joining on important field type, where is 14. So if we simply execute did it work? No. 20. Ambiguous column name SQL table field dot SQL table ID. How is that ambiguous? SQL table field. No such table inner. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Okay. From SQL table field, inner join important field type on important field type like this, and where SQL table field. All right, so if we just X that out and then run it, still doesn't run. Ambiguous table field, T-SQL table field, SQL table ID. Really? Okay. We have this one. We can hit play, and it gives us a record, which is SQL table field ID. But if we run this one, it gives me an error. SQL table field, SQL table ID. If I wanted to select something and yeah, the update set from join on that, yeah. Update. So I guess I'm not sure. T-SQL table field, SQL table ID. I'm not joining it a second time. We're just SQL data type ID, SQL table field, T-SQL table field, which is this one. Very matched it fine. So I guess ambiguous column name, T-SQL table field. I don't understand how that's ambiguous at all. But if we simply took that out, does it run now? Now it's saying SQL table ID is ambiguous. it's asterisk. I mean, this seems to give me the result that I want, but I'm not sure about these wildcards. So if we run that, we no longer get any results. So now if we do percentage sign instead of asterisk, okay, now we don't get any result there either. But if we join with 2 pipes, we get the data up here, but then when we come down here and we try and run it, we get ambiguous column name references. So we can grab this. So we would have to say Sqlite update statement ambiguous column name error. So strange. The select gets it right. The update doesn't seem to get it right. We're updating to set to that. We're saying from SQL table field joined important field type. What if we took this exact query Oh, hi there. Yeah, I'm live. I see the message now from. Alright, I'll leave chat uncovered so I don't get okay, so if we just did set important field type equals and I don't know, maybe we'll do this. Do parentheses, actually leave that one because it wasn't working. So we're just going to say update t SQL table field set important field type ID equals. Okay. this to here. Run that. Was affected 12. Okay, interesting. I'm too quiet. Okay. Yeah, hopefully the mic moved up and that helps. Otherwise it's just your end because my speech volume is pretty high on my controller. Do I know to add rows in table layout based on headers in WinForms? I haven't done much with WinForms. I'm working at WPF right now. I am too quiet. Well, I apologize. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so this one says it worked, and it says it affected a bunch of stuff. So we're going to go to SQL table field, data, refresh, go down to 14, but here it's saying it effectively updated them all to that, which is not what I wanted it to do. So, to set to SQL table field, yes, and this will comment out for now because I'll have to rerun it. Right, so this is supposed to give that result back. Field type, yeah. And it that doesn't make much sense. So update table 1, update table 2. Okay. Where ID is software ID, yeah. Okay, so if we do a match here, this one, 1, okay. Where I SQL table field ID equals T SQL table field dot SQL table field ID. Okay. Now if we run that, it says 12 more rows affected. So let's go back here, check our data, and we only have 1 that's set to 6. Perfect. So we only want it to affect the ones that are not filled in. Okay. Now that should be 11 because those are null already. Perfect. So we can grab that. We'll grab that statement, and what we're going to do is, now that we have these things, we're going to go back to the fields details for important fields, and we're going to hit auto find important fields, and we're going to have it execute there. So let's go to interface creation, here. Important fields, find important fields. Okay. We're going to leave that broken right there, but we'll go back here. Populate collections, add new database, obtain SQL schemas, add new, add new, add new. These are all lists. Okay. That's refreshing a list. That's marking. Procedures, list important field types. Yep. Okay. And then we have that. So, and then the record we'll probably want is going to be like identify important fields or something like that. So we'll call it public void identify important fields. Actually, yeah, auto identify important fields, and we'll go over to SQL table field actions. Okay. It's a SQL table field, right? Which we can pass it in and make it work. We can also do it for an entire table. So we would then just do public. Well, we're doing it for a whole table, right? So I think it'd make more sense at the SQL table level. We'll go to models, actions. Here we have our fields, our SQLite methods, navigation method, other method, obtain tables from schema. Yep. And then we would say public boolean auto identify important field types. We would call that a SQL table model. Yep. Okay. And if we went to our boolean event in our templates, now we want code block templates. Yep. It's a boolean return. Okay, we'll grab that one. That one in. Excellent. So then we would have a string builder. Okay. A string builder here, which is good. Then we'll say append. And we want our update statement, like so. All right. Where's my It's a little strange, but whatever. Right, so we have that. So we're gonna have this update statement here, and the only piece that we're gonna change is SQL table ID. That one. Okay. So when we do our other event, we get this same thing. In this case, it was passing a schema and a word instead of an argument, but it's going to be the same general concept. So we have the return value. We'll put this down here. Okay. Command. Okay. Where SQL connection command data reader. Oh wait, this is not going to run an update on that side. This is going to be an update for our side. So it's a SQLite method or so. Anything else? So I would need this, split the window. Okay. Put this down. Okay. And then somewhere in here, we would say SQL command, SQL connection. This is going to be under set variables, like so. All right. And then that checks them. Okay. We have command, connection, text. Very good. And then it's not primary key field. No. Table ID is the value. Okay, so we have that, and then essentially it is going to try and identify if it went through or not, but we don't really have to read anything. So we can close that, and then we can grab that one. All right, so this is supposed to then pass in SQL table ID, which is here, which is the ID of the table I'm working on. And then it should come back and it should say, hey, we did this or we didn't do this. And return value, in our case, as long as everything went through, we should say is true. Okay. And it's less an execute reader because we don't really need it. It's just going to be execute non-query. Execute non-query like that. Because we're just doing an update. Very good. Okay. So that should do it. And then we can remove the reader. We don't use it, don't need it. That part's gone. Auto-identify important field types of the table. Good. No, just go to definition. Fine. Close. Go to definition. Yep. Auto-identify important fields. Yes. And we would need the actions, which we could use. Okay, so this is going to be SQL table actions. Okay. Auto-identify important field types. Current record, SQL table. Actually, we just want one quick check to say as if SQL table does not equal null, then you can do it. And provided that that went through, because this should return a Boolean, then we can say as if this came through, then we would have to refresh the tables, right? So SQL table actions dot list the SQL table. No. SQL table field actions. SQL table field actions dot list SQL table field. False. List SQL table fields. Yes, it's this one. So we can just call that then. If it goes well, call it. It gets the stuff and works from there. And if this does not equal null, then you can do it, right? Why is this saying it doesn't match the target field? Okay, so it's returning nullable, nullable. And this one is returning only nullable. Just like that. Save. Okay. So, auto identify important fields should then be called here. Like that. Okay. The only way to make sure that that also works with other problems is to fill in the important field types, data types for other things. So if we pull up our important field types in SQLite, system data, important field types. Yep, oops. Okay, I don't need ID numbers, but I will need data types. So let's close that for SQLite. Close all that. And then we can go to important field type, right? Which I've been pulling the data type for. Field type dot SQL data type ID. Lift outer join T SQL data type on T important field type dot SQL data type equals T SQL data type dot SQL data type ID. Then data type SQL data description. Very good. Save that. Go to data. All right. And now I see I have those pieces. So I need to add then two fields, data type and data type description, to the definition for important field types inside of here. Okay. Table-lite information, field information, and we'll add a couple other ones. Okay, so we have this integer, which is going to be SQL data type ID, right? Okay. Then the next one is going to be text, and it's SQL data type, like that. And we would say is in table, no. Source table name, T SQL data type. Okay, and we'll grab that one. Data type description, same deal. And then when we want to get them or select them, this is wrong. Okay, so another section I neglected, apparently. So we need the get template. Okay. So we check our declarations, those are fine. Check our connections, that part's fine. Set our where statement, that part's fine. Do our check values. We will make sure that part, this part, swept out to get record ID from the current block. Okay. Okay. And then performing actions, we add with the value, and then we execute the reader. Like so. And then for everything from while to exit, we simply do this. Okay. Type ID, very good. So these are the tracking fields, which is good. And then these are going to be the other object that we need to build up, basically. Okay. So the field that we're wanting on this is going to be SQL data type ID. This one. But we don't have a value for SQL data type ID inside of that yet. Important field type, yep. Which is where we can then get our foreign key from inside of our template model. Properties and keys. So then we want a foreign key ID, right? Yep. Foreign key ID. Very good. Grab that. Put that at the bottom. Right. Place everything that says foreign key ID with SQL data type ID. Then selection, and make sure I do it for lowercase as well. Alright. We don't need to make it a null, we would just make it a new. Okay. And this is going to be a SQL data type model. SQL data type model. There we are. And then this will be called the SQL data type. Yep. SQL data type. Excellent. Grab that. And related object is this one. So if the data type is not null and data type record ID, which is the SQLite data type ID is greater than 0, then the SQLite data type is going to equal data type, just like that. Okay, that would update this one depending on that one. So we selected a different data type. Okay. Save, close, save, fine. So then in here, we're down here we have the data type ID, which then we need, we'll just take the SQL data type model, SQL data type. It's already lining up a new one, so that part's fine. So we've checked this part, and then we want the text field to make sure that we're good there. SQL data type dot data type. Yep. Maybe not. I'm not worried about it. Or what we can do here is we can just say SQL data type equals new, and then it has no chance of being null. And I think we're getting the description too, so we can grab the description field. Okay, save. So hopefully that makes some sense inside of the important. So these are important field types. Yep. And again. Right, data, important field types. Right, so we're not showing it. It ran. It opens, right? Auto matching field names. We're not showing them here. We're not showing a description. Probably should. You can edit. Make sure that that saves. All right, and this says return to template list, which is the wrong button altogether anyway. So we can go to important field types, which is here, views, detail, find, turn, no, turn to template list. Yeah, we could just call it go to list. Call it return to list. Code block can stay the same, right? But it's fine. So some of these need to button refresh list needs to be the same thing, just like get data. This is the details. So there's not really much for that button to do. Yeah, so we have a return to list button. List button. Save. Refresh. Okay. Alright, data. Important field types. Okay, so the description did come in, which is exactly what we wanted. The data grid needs to show some more data, more important field types. So we're going to go here. We have field type, we have description. Yep, go SQL data type binding. SQL data type, data type. Look back here, we're really not seeing that at all. But it might be because the field didn't exist in the first place. So let's try it again. Field type. Oh, that's interface page types, important field type. So it's not getting those. But if we go to important field type options, then we go down to select. My guess is we just don't have the procedure built right because we had the get procedure wrong in the first place. So we're gonna go here. This is wrong. it's not going to do the same things that the get does, but we need it to do the same thing that get does. So we're going to go here and all right, so we have the get. In this case, we're going to stop that, close that. We're going to split the window. No, split the wrong window. Split this window. Thank you. So this top one's the get. Bottom one we're going to bring down to select. Not update. No. Going to select. Okay. So we're going to follow along from template side. Make sure that we have this right. So first off, got declare and we got set. Right? Declare. We got all our string builders. Yep, that part works. And then we have set connection, SQLite connection string, which is fine. Got our where clause. We have count of records, select all from view. We have the where string. List sub select, yeah. List page selections ordered by options, sub select, limit and offset. Count of records, count select. Okay, we get into perform actions. We do that, and then we have results, field type, results, clear while reading. Yep. This is where it gets a little weird, but we can probably take the same methodology that we did up here. Basically say assign properties to values, yeah. So, and it would say if it's, oh, the top part's kind of redundant because this is saying if it does not equal null, and then we're saying does not equal null. So that can go away. But everything else, here to here, and then down, so this essentially replaces this. Okay, and then we would go from here to here, and everything that says return value, we would switch for new record. Okay, and that should do it. Data type, yep, save. That should fix our select statement. Okay, data, import field types. Object of type string cannot be converted into SQL data type model. Really? I kind of assumed as much, but step out. Okay, so this is attempting to make its way through SQL data type. Wait. Mission. Not in the table. It's in T SQL data type. Yeah. Same with the other one. T SQL data type. Right. So it's attempting to find a match then, assign properties to values. yeah, I think I see what it's doing. System.string cannot be converted to type, SQL data type model. Yeah, I'm aware of that, I guess. All right, so how do I fix that? Do we skip it in the assignments because it's trying to assign a field name to an object name? And if so, how do we skip it in the assignments? I think we would have to establish a property in here, basically saying that auto assign, allow auto assign or something like that. So if we grab something like is in table, we could do another property in here of is auto assign allowed, is in table, and we can just swap that to s auto assign allowed. Okay, and that would be 1. We can then copy this, and when we do our auto assignment, which is in here, we would have to say if the field like name does not equal null, and field dot is auto assign allowed equal 1, then we can get it. And then for our important field type model, because we made the issue of naming the model and the field the same thing, oh, what if we change the model name? Yeah, it won't try doing it if the reference is done. So SQL data type, we could just do related SQL data type, SQL data SQL Server data type. Yeah, we'll call it related SQL data type, and we'll just do this one to be related SQL data type. Okay, this might be an easier way of doing it. So if we stop that, and inside of important field, yeah, that should work, right? Because build return value. Wait, what? Okay, related SQL data type. Yeah. Save. That's data type, data description. Assign properties to values. Should be able to go into table fields. And when we bring up those, SQL data type, it's not in the table, and is auto assign allowed, it'd be 0. So now it's protected 2 ways. There's still build errors. Configure. Okay, which one's this? Select. Okay. Errors. Perfect. Build. Okay, let's see what we got. All right, it built. Excellent. Now, let's bring it a little further. System data, important field types. We still don't have a SQL data type being shown. But if we go to important field types, data grid, it's probably because it's going to be related SQL data type. There we go. So now we're showing that it's a varchar, it's a small date time, it's a whatever. And if we open up this one, we would have to be able to map that to that. And is selectable should also be selected. But I don't think those fields are bound. So if we can go to detail, is selectable. Yeah, these are picked. Is selectable yes, is selectable no. So those are filled in. Yeah. We just don't have values in them right now. Okay. So we should be able to save some values in them. We'll say yes. It allowed me to select it even though I never clicked edit. So that needs to change. Let's do templates, detail view. We would need to find a toggle button in this. And I still don't have that option here either. So let's find within the project toggle buttons that have let's do is enabled. There it is. Okay. Yep. So then we can turn on the is enabled function for both of those. And for both of these. Very good. Now you won't be able to select or unselect them while they're not done that way. Excellent. So let's refresh this again. Okay, system data, important field types. We have these. We can open that up. They're not selectable until we hit edit. Then we can hit yes, save the changes, return to the list. We're not seeing if it's selectable out here or not yet. We probably need a field for that. So then we can say is selectable. Text. Yep, there it is. Okay. So then we have our field, which is super wide, but alright, so then is selectable as a data grid column. We should say max width is, say, I don't know, 100. Yeah, that makes more sense. Save. And min width is 50. Works for me. Then we have the description. Okay, and like record added timestamp, we can then hit edit, yes. And then auto matching field names would be things like record added. Save from the list. So then we would need well, at least that my random following on people seem to help. So I'm going to do that again real quick, and then I'll let the dog out, and I'll be right back.
Added the songs yet. I got bored. I got kind of like sick of this. And then I had
else, or if
was on mute, so now that I'm back. All right, well, I'll duck back in a minute, but so that field we're gonna give a max width of say 300. All right. Yep, we have that. Okay, so we have whether selectable or not, the data type, primary key field, yeah, it's going to be an integer. But you'll notice we don't have a field in the detail in order to identify what type of field it is. So we need to add that. So we'll need a combo box. So we'll save everything. Okay, now we have this list order thing. Let me get it texted. Back again. Mother dog's in. and now we're back at it. Document back in. Screen is shared again. Excellent. So we have an important field type, we have a field description, field names, all that fun stuff. And form design isn't my forte, but what we'll do is right below this field, we're going to put in another field, and we're going to say SQL data type. Okay. Now this becomes a combo box. Okay. Not with text. Definitely not with that style, because we need a combo box style. And the read-only is tagged correctly. Then we need a source, and the source of that is going to come from the view model here. And we're going to need a few things. So we have related page fields, the actions, the current record. This says list combo box, right? Which we're not really using. Results important field type. So that's kind of backwards there, but we're going to say item source binding list, and if we go to our combo box, we're going to end up eliminating that, but we'll pull this in and we'll say SQL data type model, and we're just going to call this list SQL data type. Okay, and we'll do the same thing here. Copy, paste. Very good. All right, so we have that. So now we have a list of SQL data types, which we have to populate somewhere. This list combo box doesn't mean anything. It's not used anywhere. Okay. But inside of here, we can say list SQL data type. Okay. And then we would say display member path. And that's going to be a certain property of the object of the SQL data type. So we'll go to the properties here, and we want it to show the data type. Okay. And then we're going to say path, which is the selected value path, which is SQL data type ID, right? And then we have selected value, I think. Let's find another example somewhere in our project where we use this. So we had combo box, page to view, style, selection change, selected item, and then, yeah, we had a selected item to choose from. We're specifically looking for like a detail page. So close a few of these. Let's go to like SQL database. Okay, SQL database, views, detail. Okay, this one has a parent SQL server. It then has the selected item, which is the parent option. Parent SQL server like that. And then selected value, which would be the ID number. Okay, so selected item and selected value is what we put in there. So then in that case we have selected item and selected value, which we're going to grab both these options. Okay. And in that case, we then have SQL related SQL data type, which is a selected item, and then the selected value is going to be SQL data type ID. Okay, makes sense. And that way we'll take the name of the combo box. Just do this. Combo SQL data type ID. Very good. Again, we still need to give it a list of items to display. And so that's going to happen when the page loads. Okay, populate combo boxes happens, and populate combo boxes ends up saying basically list SQL data type is going to equal the actions, right? So we don't have the actions, I think, because we have important field type actions, but we don't have data type actions. So we'll put a new one in here for that. So we'll take SQL data type actions, and we will rename that object a little bit. Actions SQL data type, very good. This dot list SQL data type, like so. All right. So this is trying to return a null, and that's okay. But this one's not expecting a null, and we will make it allow one. Then we shouldn't end up with a problem. So now we have populate data boxes, combo boxes for SQL data types. All right, let's see how well we do. So we then have important field types. We can open this one up. Okay, primary key field is an integer, but remember we never clicked. We never clicked edit. So we'll have to pair that, and we'll have to also mark it as dirty. Save. Okay, so this one should be an integer, and if I went to my important field types, record modified, yep, this is primary key, very good. Okay, and it now has data type of 3, yep, good. So it did save, but a couple other modifications to be done. Important field type, when we go down here to SQL data type ID, yep, and then we'd have to say tracking record, tracking fields dot mark dirty, like so. Okay. And the view code here so this is read only, doesn't really help much. So what we would have to then do is enabled. And I think we did something similar with this one. Okay. Save. All right, so then we have that. Save. And that should give us our SQL data types. What does that do for us? So now we have important field names. Primary key field has it as an integer. Is it selectable? We can hit edit. We can. Apparently we can't scroll down. Okay, well that's a problem. So let's go to detail. Important field type detail here. Yep. So we have the tab control across the whole internal. And we have a grid inside of that, and then we have the header. So if we wanted the header to always stay put, we could put the tab control inside of a scroll bar, and if we wanted the tabs to always stay put, we could then put a scroll bar inside of the tab control. So we have a tab item, and then I think if we put one here, scroll viewer, I think this might be most applicable. Now the headers stay put. This allows you to go up and down within the tab itself. Okay, and yes, it's selectable. Okay, I'm not a fan of how that text keeps showing up. Wait, so if we did something like that, this looks weird. It's off-centered vertically, doesn't quite match. We have our header border. Okay. We have our edit, save, text, visibility, text block, but it doesn't have a style. So changes detected. Looks much better to me. Okay. So now we can search for that within the project, but we want to take this. Yep. And we're going to put in the style tags in a bunch of places, I'm sure. Okay. Yep. Looks like I missed it quite a few places. Okay. Easily found, easily replaced. I'm already at like 34 changes for the day. This is going to be a lot, hopefully. Okay, so that's our style, which is there. Style, which again, missing. Style, missing. Style, missing again. Okay, that one's then in the app. Okay, save. Close all, save all. Now we're up to 37 changes. Excellent. So that is much more pronounced. Makes a lot more sense. Get our save changes button. Do that so we can go back to our list. Okay. Important field type list page has a bad caption. Bad title. So if we go to properties and fields, page title, important field types list. Okay. And we can also do search for list page. See where else we screwed that up. Bug reports list. Okay. Template list. SQL servers list. Templates. List. SQL tables. Okay. How many more lists can I come across? Gosh. Okay. Save. Close all. Save. Alright. That's fine for now. So, what does this get us? If important field types like record added by user ID had auto matching field names like added by user ID. Yes, it's selectable. Save, return to list. Okay, so we're not seeing that out here, which is fine. But that means we want to be able to find those items and we need data types. So then soft delete is probably going to be an integer. And then we would say is deleted. Selectable, save, return, begin, locate table, database, schema, table. Okay, we have our information, we get our stored procedures, which will say create all. For whatever reason, that just, that's overlapping, so that's a small bug. And then we have important field types. If we have find important fields, so it's going to say if that's not null and that's not null, identify important fields. So this will try and run. Okay, table ID is number 13. Return value it got here. Excellent. And nothing changed. We don't have any matching, so that probably makes sense. So let's go to employee table instead. Find important fields. Continue. Okay. So that didn't do what I wanted it to do at all. So what table is this? This is T employee. And if I go to SQL table fields for T employee, which will be V SQL table fields. I don't know which table this is, but employee ID, important field type. Alright, so I do see important field type ID under the SQLite stuff. I just don't see it here. So it's possible I didn't map the drop-down properly, or I'm not refreshing that list. So if I reselect employee, not there. Okay, so let's try interface creation, views, new, combo box column, current document. Okay, this one's data grid. Important field type, yeah. That's display member path, selected value path, selected item binding, which is selected value binding. Okay, so I then simply did this, still nothing. Data grid combo box column. Alright, so data grid combo box column important field type. Did we get the important field types when we got the fields? I guess is the dumb question, because I know they're in the table. They are there. So SQL table fields actions. And if we went to list SQL table field with the parent SQL table, we assigned the properties, but I don't think we got it. So inside of list here, we would do the assign properties thing. SQL table field ID. Yeah. We went to template actions. And we'd have to go to like the get function. Yeah, something like this. Important field type. So I think we did this inside of important field type actions pretty well. We could just go to get. Yep, just like that. Good. Field type actions. So the field that I want then is important field type ID. So it's this one. Return value. Important new record. Field type is new. Yeah. No, not return value. This is going to be under new record, important field type. Important field type ID. Yep. Which is this one. And then we're basically going to do the same thing. New record, important field type name. need. Field type name, yeah. But we gotta make sure that this is being selected. The top in here, table information, field information. Important field type name. Yes, yes it is. Okay. So that means now that when we get the list, it should be able to fill those options in. And if we got another list, for instance, but this is just a different case. So now we go here, hit find, continue. There we go. Important field types are filled in. So we know which one's a primary key field, record added. That's the soft delete field. Excellent. So yes, that's going to help with the creation of the procedure. So record modified by username, we would then need to also set up as that field type, because a lot of these being important fields or structured fields, whatever you want to call them. Okay. Right. So I feel like I'm actually getting somewhere with this, which is a sort of good thing. Okay, so we have that. I'm not liking how these are the top of the cell, but they are at the top of the cell. And as far as these fields are concerned, whether it's nullable or not doesn't really matter. We can't change if the field is nullable or not from here. So These don't have to be toggle buttons. This is really to identify important fields. So that's fine. And then we get into field details, and that's going to be like the field name, the caption, stuff like that. Data types. Okay. Good. So we'll have to put a similar one in the field details section. But now that we're getting the important field types showing up, that's a fantastic start, actually. So then we can go to system data, important field types, soft delete field, is deleted is a matching field name, right? And that's an integer type. Okay. Record modified by username. Again, this is then going to be a varchar. Is selectable. The most common one I do is just modified by username. So we'll save that. And then modified by username. This is modified by user ID. So we would edit this. This is going to be an integer data type, and it would be modified by user ID. Is selectable. Save. Turn the list. Okay. This is record modified timestamp, which is a small date time, which would then be record modified. Save. Return to list. Okay, and that one didn't have an edit. Is selectable. Save. Return to list. Okay, so we have added, modified, modified. We also need new fields for deleted, and this came up like really wide and stupid looking. So let's close that. Let's go to important field type actions. Let's go down to our navigation functions. All right, navigation methods down here. We have nav to detail, nav to list, nav to new, performance, pop-up window to page, and then we just simply say size to content, width and height. Okay, and we would then hit new. Wow, that still doesn't work, right? Whatever. So that should be like here in size. Okay, and then the other new field we have then is going to be record deleted. We'll call it the record deleted timestamp. Continue, apply this one, edit, small date time, record deleted, selectable, save, turn the list. Okay, so that's deleted timestamp, which now for some reason I have an ID of 81, like, but these IDs don't matter. They don't even need to be visible. So let's go back to important field type data grid. This ID goes away. Okay, that one's gone. And then field type, this one can be bold. Content element dot font text, no, text block font weight bold. There we go. Okay, so that works. And then that gives us our deleted timestamp, and then we can also do the deleted by username. Deleted by username. Continue. Okay, this one is going to be a varchar. Deleted by username, selectable, save. Alright, so when we grab a table, like employee, we can find those. Record modified by username, though. That's oh, right, because it doesn't, I don't think they have data types. filled in. Because we're matching a data type now, and it's not going to match them because they don't have data types. Okay, so when we get our fields, how do we identify the data type? Okay, well, when we get SQL table fields actions, and in SQL tables from SQL table, this is our field name, our scale, default value, precision, max length. But what do we have that gives us our data type right here? Okay, so okay, so I don't think I do anything to find it. I don't do anything with it. Which is a problem. So if we were to take that same SQL statement, which we're going to just block to here, and we would want the string of this in order to get this to drop in, and then we can see what kind of data types we get back. So we get the data type. I'm going to go up here. I'm going to grab a new table, and we're going to see what it says. So we're going to go here, locate a table, get our server, get our database, get our schema, get our table. Okay, so now it's gotten our string. I'll copy, and we'll go over to our SQL Server. Excellent. Grab a new query, paste that, get rid of the trailing and leading asterisks. Okay. I have a weird text box stuck over everything else. Whatever. Okay, so data type doesn't give me the length, but it gives me integer and varchar, which is exactly what I wanted it to give me. So, and then it gives me a precision and a scale, and this must be a varchar 200 versus a varchar 500. So that must be our length there, which is fine. So somewhere in here, it then gives us our maximum length. So that's this one. And maximum length not only has to not equal null, also has to be greater than 0. So we'll grab this and we'll say greater than 0, like that. Yep. I do believe we can put another parentheses here, another one there. Excellent. And make it easier to read, we can put a new line here. So we're basically saying as long as the maximum length is not null and it's greater than 0, then set the maximum length. And as far as the other one is concerned, we'll grab the text value of the data type, which we have that field up here. So SQL data type, which is here. And we'll do this, and we'll do this. Okay, but we're not really going to do that because we're going to have to identify what that data type is. And we would have to say SQL data type for the table field, which the new SQL table field, I'm not sure has the data type field in here. Import field type SQL data type. Right. So then that's where we would have to say SQL data type, SQL data type ID, which one is this? This is the one we're obtaining the list, right, to send them, and then we're going to add each new one up. Close that. All right, so we'll have to find a way to take the data type as a word and get the ID back, as to like find the ID, if you will. So we'll go to SQL data type, models, actions. Okay, we have a method, a SQLite method in here somewhere. Basically, it sends the ID in and it gets the record back. We want to reverse it, kind of. And what we're going to do is we're going to send that name in. So we're going to say get SQL data type ID, and we would then say string SQL data type. Okay, and then we would return an integer. Okay, and this one we're giving it a string. So similar kind of value, but in this case we're trying to do like a select all from SQL view, and that's not what we want here. We're simply going to say select SQL data type ID. Because it's supposed to be unique. So we'll mark it unique, yeah, and mark it not null. That's okay as well. So we'll commit those changes. Yeah, SQL data type. So we're gonna say select SQL data type ID. Let's grab the SQLite environment. Okay, new query here. I'll say select. I always end up working backwards here, but from tsql data type, where tsql data type dot SQL data type equals, say, integer, and we're gonna just give it the ID number. SQL data type ID, excellent. No such column. SQL data, really? Why? SQL data type equal data type equals integer. Okay, so we have data type IDs, yes. Data type name. Well, it doesn't make any sense. That's not what it's called. Oh, I'm in the wrong database. Okay, well that would explain it. Integer. Integer, yep, run. No such column, yeah, I know. SQL data type, yes. So we have 3, we have integer, we don't need this, we just want this. Okay, and we go back to this side, we simply put this in here. Nope, hit build instead of, yep, go build, that's fine. So now, there's a couple of ways to do it. We can just do line continuations like this. I find it to be kind of odd, right? But we can variabilize this so we know that we're doing it protected. Okay, so now we have SQL data type ID, and this would be this one. And if we can actually just do string dot is null or white space. Yeah, the data type. Okay, and then we would say return value. Well, the return value is something else, and this is now going to be an integer. Okay, and we're going to give it a null option. So return value equals new. So fine. So then we can take the value, which is here, and there. Okay, so this is get SQL data type ID using the data type string. We can shrink this section, and we can then shrink this section too. Okay, and then we have check values. Fine. We're going to open that, and none of this is correct. is the only one. So then return value equals that. And the rest of this doesn't matter. Okay, and then it closes. So that should give us the one value that we need. Now, somewhere down here, under the error, it says if SQL connection dot state is not equal connection closed, SQL connection dot close. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. So we're going to grab this ID now, and when we get the stuff we wanted, which was like getting all of the fields in the first place. So SQL data type actions, SQL table field actions. Here we go. So this one says, hey, we got the SQL table ID. Then we can say SQL data type dot data type ID equals get SQL data type ID, which that was in one of the actions ones, right? So it would be under actions SQL. Oh, okay, so we're not we could find actions. So if we went to data type actions and then we made that event static, would that work? But it's going to be under SQL data type actions. It'll be underneath there. So SQL table field actions. So is it okay that we link one actions to another? Utilities. Then we would say private SQL data type actions. So somewhere down here, got like that. Okay. So we'll put a break in there. Just like that. And we might be able to get that, right? Now, we're saying if the field doesn't exist, then add the field. But if the field does exist and we want to update the field, well, we're updating a slightly different version. Like we're updating only certain fields, which only have certain fields. So we would probably want to identify just the fields that we wanted to update in a slightly different statement. But for now, let's see if this works. Does not work. Unexpected end region methods. Really? Right, so we have set variables, check values, perform actions, other methods, region other methods, fine. SQLite methods, okay. utilities, tables, region table information. Okay, so that should have ended there. Table information and region properties and fields. That's just strange. Okay, so collections and objects. Is there a weird end region that got unhidden somewhere? There's a duplicate end region collections. Save. Collections, yep. Region field information. Well, that's strange, isn't it? This would be end region field information. We have another region for table information? No. Properties and fields, region, properties and fields. Goes on there, table lights, and then we still have end region methods. Okay. That's strange. Sqlite table methods. Okay. Field information. Table information. Properties and fields. Yeah. Sqlite table methods. So, put this here, I guess. As methods. Okay. Only 1,300 lines. Yeesh. Okay. So we got that one. Now, can we build it? Okay, it built. Excellent. Now, if we grab information about a table that we haven't grabbed before, so we do this, we locate a table, SQL Express, database, DBO, table is then, I don't know, testing table 2, continue, 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 didn't work. Pause, step out, debug, step out. Where are you broken? Yeah, select data type from SQLite connection. Yeah, data type from data type there. Okay, so if we just set next statement. Okay, so stop that. This is one of the reasons why I don't like the little plus signs at the end, because I kind of lose track. But we can do something like this. Okay. Save, SQL data type, yep, sub to string, execute reader. We'll go here, continue. Okay, SQL table, database, schema, testing table 3, continue, 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 continue. Right here, continue. Take this out, and maybe put it here, continue. Value is 1. And we can check on that. Okay. SQL table fields. Okay, and that means SQL data type's not getting filled in though. this out. randomness. But we're back, and do a couple quick Twitch follows again. People are streaming software coding and whatnot.
How it
An update every 2 days, because every update that you do
It's a handful of people doing software. Follow a few of them.
The votes just to see if anybody has not heard of AI agents and how much detail I should go in.
Okay. Alright, excellent. A few others. Quick follows here. Let's see.
But I do, it is kind of noticeable in AI artwork.
Yep, easy enough. Good.
Selection box, click and drag in closer.
But when the bird sings, or the chicken's egg breaks,
That's gonna be, yep, handful of other people followed. Perfect. We're gonna see how that turns out. See if it gets me anybody else dropping in or otherwise. All right, we're moving now. So we add the table, we add the ID. It's supposed to get the ID, and it's supposed to send the ID in. Yeah, so okay, let's stop and build. Make sure I'm not missing something. Very good, it did build. SQL table field, actions. Okay, add. SQL table field just adds parameters. So the fields within this, we have SQL data type ID, which is here. Okay, but we don't have a direct SQL data type ID in the model. I don't think. We have a SQL data type, but my guess is we don't have a local one. So SQL data type ID in the current document, we do not have that. But it's a foreign key, right? So we want to be able to use that. So we're going to then say private integer, SQL data type ID, public, yeah. Set. Okay. Right, because the data type that's in the table field does tracking fields dot mark dirty. Okay. Very good. So if I switch types and then here, we could then basically say if SQL data type does not equal null and SQL data type dot data type ID does not equal null, then we would say SQL data type ID equals that one. Save. Okay. grab this, rebuild that, and we're going to see what we can get now. So we go here, go to our tables, go to our database, schema, table for testing table 3 now. Take these two off. Obtain SQL tables from field, yes. Continue. Okay. Continue it again. Take off the close command, and it should have obtained an ID. It has an ID of 3. Right. So this should then also have SQL data type, but it doesn't seem that it has a data type ID in it. So in this case, you know what we can do is we can take SQL data type model, just call it SQL data type equals new, like that. Okay, and then we have new SQL table field dot SQL data type equals SQL data type, like that. Okay. So we'll stop that and we'll rerun it. Again, go back, find our server, find our database, we find our schema, we find our table. Okay. And basically, once it gets through this next section where it says, hey, is the ID now it's 3, mark it dirty now. Okay, and this should say 3. Good. And that's been assigned. Okay, and then down here, when we go into adding it, this is going to append the methods. Field name, field caption is not allowed. SQL table ID, or field type ID, field type ID, field type name, and description. Okay, and then we have perform actions a little further down, so continue. Okay, let's pull up SQLite, refresh it, go to the bottom, SQL data type ID, 3 for primary key, minimize that, minimize this, take that off, continue, take this off, continue, take this off and this off, continue. Okay, so according to this we have testing table 3 filled in. We go over to SQLite Studio, refresh it. Testing table 3, which should be table number 21, now has data types 1, 2, 5, etc. Okay, so this is the table, SQL table field, but we also need to join SQL table to this because we should be able to see the table name. So if we did left outer join T SQL or V SQL table on T SQL table field dot SQL table ID equals V SQL table dot SQL table ID. SQL table table name. Continue. menu, data, T employee, testing table 3. This now has our SQL data type, and we can map that in too. So we can do that. Then we do left outer join T SQL data type on T SQL table field dot SQL data type equals T SQL data type dot SQL data type ID. Okay. SQL data type. Yep. Confirm data. And now we have decimals and bar cars. So the one that we didn't have was this one, which SQL data type then came back as 0, which is an n bar car max field. Because it wasn't a bar car, it was an n bar car. Which is fine, but it shouldn't come back as a 0, it should be a null. Because 0 doesn't mean anything. So when we did this, obtain SQLite field table, get SQL data type ID, that's a nullable integer. This is a nullable integer. Go to definition. If it's not a null value, okay, right, but we should also say, and it's greater than 0. Okay, and convert is greater than 0. Like that. Return value is this, else return value equals null. Because return value is just saying new, but that's that. So new integer is not null integer. Okay, so that's pretty easy. Alright, so we have that. And let's see. So we got that part. So now we know the data types. Now if it changed for whatever reason, So what do we got? Well, we've had a few improvements, right? So we can do a server, blah blah blah, continue, take this out, continue, take this out, continue. Okay, that goes in. Excellent. Then we have the list of databases, right, for record tracking information, also fine. I find that interesting though. I've modified it. And this is showing in a different time zone. Because 1254, not 554. So where is it getting the modified time zone from? Interesting. That's an interesting glitch. Alright. And then I did notice in the detail, we had the return to list button here, but it wasn't the, return to list, good. Okay, so then the edit record button had a min width of something. Min width of 100 for the border. Okay. So this one, we could say button, list button, go to, and then we could say min, so that says min width of 120. No, that says magic wand button. It does say min width of 100. What is the width? Says it's 100. This one also says it's 100. Okay. So that's all fine. We have the databases that go with it, the ability of adding those from here. Add related. No variables, there's no set. Just underperform. Actions, new, with the server and the current record. Okay, makes sense. Save. So where we had this, we were calling it go to list. course, I was on mute. Go figure. So, let's see. Sometimes you have the end vision. You're not sure all of the details. You just gotta be able to get there step by step, right? Right now, we have the server, database, schema, and a table. Okay? Go to our table details. We can do T, table subject, table caption, which is reversed, right? So, the table subject says spaces are not allowed. Okay. So, essentially, if we flip it, and if we update the caption, and then it fills in the subject for us, just removing the spaces, and it makes more sense, right? So, it's a small change, but it's something super simple. And we can put a little wand button to generate the subject, because we remove this prefix and remove the suffix, and we detect the caption, the subject. We just have to generate the caption. So, anyway, spaces are not allowed and will be automatically removed if you type them in. Well, they clearly didn't get removed. So, let's fix that. So we go to SQL table, model, properties, SQL table name. Okay, so this is the name, which is fine, that's not it. We go to subject here. Before we give it to value, we would have to place old character, which is a space, with no space, just a blank space. Okay? So in this case, we would say if value does not equal null, then table subject is that, else table subject is null. But regardless of what happens, we have that. So this should give us the subject, right? And then notifies property change, and it should reflect that. Pretty straightforward. Okay, so let's grab here, server, database, schema, table, table details, table subject. We do that. Doesn't allow spaces. Okay, which we fully expected. Okay. Does it allow anything else? Yeah, but every time I hit space, it doesn't do it because it is hitting this. Okay, cool. So then we can just do priority level, and we have priority level down there. Perfect. And we have our important fields, field types. We probably want some sort of a button to update existing information about these fields, but we do want to be able to fill in things like captions. So we would then say something like color, description, priority level. Okay. Now if we double check our SQLite Studio and we go to SQL table field, or data, we simply sort by record modified. We don't see those. We don't see a caption, do we? Field caption. Well, I got nothing. Okay, so caption doesn't seem to be filling in. Why not? SQL table field, has a field caption, I thought. Field caption here, yes, is marking it dirty. That part's fine. I am willing to bet the interface creation event for that. Tab control, instructions, SQL, important fields. Here we are. Fields, grid, stack panel, data grid. Selected item, cell edit ending. Go to definition, save SQL table field. Yep. Okay, this is then going to run the update. Go to definition. Okay. And this says add parameters. Sqlite table fields. Go to definition here and field description, field caption. Is that the same? Is that what it's called? It is called field caption. Just doesn't seem to have saved it. So is field caption bound correctly, I guess? It is nullable. We have field name. We have field caption. Okay. We go to field caption. It is supposed to mark it dirty, but I'm not seeing any changes. So if we go here and we go order, okay, mark dirty, F11, is dirty is false, is loaded is true, is editable is true, so that should be now dirty, and it should notify that it's changed. So we've changed it, right? But my guess is we're not updating it. So combo box, selected item, cell edit ending, SQL table fields, save SQL table field. Okay, this should be passing in the selected SQL table field. Break it there. Okay, selected SQL table field. Priority level, sure. If we went to tracking fields, editable is true, loaded is true, dirty is even true, good. So it should run through and save it. We have the update statement. Going to run to there. Okay. Wait, tracking fields, update record fields. Yeah, but these aren't null. Just run to there. Okay, so it says it ran it. Okay, so this should be SQL table field number 38. Number 38 should be here. We refresh it. ID. I don't even, oh, 38 is here. Okay. Caption came through this time. What makes it different? I don't know, I feel the caption came through this time, but it did. So let's continue that. We go back to here and we refresh it. Okay, it still has it, which is fine. So if move all of this. Alright. We'll bring this back. Now we have captions. Whatever. It has captions, but oh, right. I think I know. Okay, so if it changes, right? So we would say is if field caption does not equal value, save. We would do set next statement, continue. Okay. This is the primary key. Take that out, continue. Okay, order number, oops, order number. Right, so it got us there again. If we go to our SQLite, we refresh this, we have field caption of just order. But I have order number. So, wait. Still only giving me field caption of the order. It's not actually giving me order number. If field caption does not equal value, then set field caption to equal value. Right. And then mark it dirty, but otherwise don't do it, right? Let's refresh this again. Okay, so we have our SQL table fields. It basically has nothing of help in here, right? Because it doesn't have the table name, doesn't have whatever, so when we're pulling the table fields, we'll need more information than this. Because we don't even see the ID numbers. So SQL table field is a whole different problem. So actions, update, select, assign properties to values, right? SQLite table fields, and then the results, which, yeah, that's a different issue altogether. So that means we're gonna check and see all the same stuff as before. Well, alright, well, we have let's close all, save 56 files of changes, because why not? Alright, so when we get into an interface creation step by step, we get into the server, we get the database, we get the schema, we get a table. Okay, we go to table details, we assign the subject, we assign the caption, we have the prefix, we have the fields. The caption on this one says first name. Okay, did that change? No, I'm not seeing a first name change. So I guess the question is, why am I not seeing a first name change if the actions, or even the method, so caption, where we go, field caption, here we are. Okay, let's put a break there, and then we'll change this to last name. Caption is null, value is true. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, just say last name. So if, okay, okay, so field caption can't be compared when it goes from a null to nothing. Okay, so if field caption is null, or now we'll go in, okay, now it gets the value, it gets the last name, it gets marked dirty, continue, and that should save it. So then we go here, we refresh the data based on record modified. We don't see the change. SQL table field data should be employee name, first name, last name, field caption. They're right here, but they're not being saved. Okay. Field caption does not equal last name. Old field caption does not equal last name. Okay, so no, yeah, it's the same value as it was. So it didn't change, essentially. But if we went here and we said force set next statement, okay, is it loaded? Yes. Is it editable? Yes. So then it gets marked dirty, it gets marked the modified and the added by. Okay. And then it should go through the update. But it doesn't seem to be doing that. So if we went into interface creation, view, new, and we went down to not tab control, but important fields, we had our data grid, cell edit ending. This one says save SQL table field. Okay, and this assumes that the selected SQL table field is the one that I'm in, right? I would assume so, but let's try this again. Walk through it a little bit more. Okay, interface creation, SQL Server, database, schema, group noun code, database, details, important fields. Okay, caption is here. Okay, so now this one gets this selected one, and we say group noun code, enter. It says save. Current record SQL table is not null, which we know. Selected SQL table is not null. It's number 26. Okay, so now it says group noun code, right? We should be able to go here No, group noun code is still number 26, and it's not updated. I don't understand why not. So why is it sending it through sometimes and not others? There are columns in the new query. Sort order has been reset. There are less columns. So, caption. Is caption bound correctly? Cell edit ending. Yeah, field caption. So this one we would have to say is mode, two-way, trigger, already changed. Save. This is field caption. Selected item is selected SQL table field, and cell edit ending is that one. So when we did this for the other one, which, for example, like the stored procedure list, where else did we do this? Right. Right. Oh. Important fields. We would say description. Shit, no. So it's literally trying to save each time you're typing into it now? No. Can't do that. So we got to save field. Selected, but we can do this instead. Run cursor. Okay, so add parameters. Run to cursor. SQL command. Command timeout is 30. Maximum sleep time is 150. Updated row source. Transaction null. Where SQL table field ID equals SQL table field ID. So this is current timestamp modified by timestamp. Yeah, this all makes sense. I didn't say there was something wrong either. The record to update. Field caption just says DE now. Why would that be? Doesn't have the new value. Really? Doesn't have the new value? Why not? Okay. if we did a list view instead of a data grid, it might look more consistent, and I think we can be more consistent about it. Turn that off, continue. Okay, so underneath procedures, we did this one. It has the weird procedure name column thing. Right. So we have the database, we have the schema. Right. So we wanted to generate procedure names, which don't even show up in here. Oh, they're there. Okay. So, here, find store procedure type, current document. Okay, so that's this one here. That's a grid above the list view, and the list view then has templates, and the toggle buttons then end up with a solid stationary width. Okay, so we would then say width of 50. Still didn't change that at all. The width of 110. Even though these toggle buttons I said were the width of 50. Because somewhere in here there's a min width of 60. Is it because I have to overwrite it? Yes. Okay, so now we have those options for the stored procedures, and in each one of the stored procedures, though, is going to need its own procedure to make. Oh, it's complicated. Okay, when I want to make the stored procedure to add records to the table for the SQL Server, well, okay, let's do pages to create, because that part's making a little bit more sense. So we have a page, we say they're going to create them. This is the page type, and underneath it should be a page description, and then it's going to be the view name, and underneath that's going to be the view model name. So, right, and then we would need some sort of a button to generate their names. Okay, and that makes sense. So let's start there, because that makes a bit more sense to me right now than the other one does. So when we do interface creation page, we have the model, right? We have an action. Okay, so when we want to select interface creation pages, we assign values, right, like that. Then we can go to our templates. Actually, I think SQL database has a pretty good example. to select add, delete, get, list, select. Okay, so and then we would do something like SQL Server model, SQL Server equals new. New record dot parent SQL Server equals SQL Server. Okay. Copy that, and we can put that over here. Now, this isn't going to be SQL Server ID, it's going to be something else, because this is going to be two things. We have properties fields and table information, field information, and interface page type. Yep, interface page type ID, which so interface page type ID is the one I'm looking for, which is this one. And then we would say interface page type model, interface page type, page type name, page type name, yep, just like that. And then page type description. Technically it should, well, yeah, db null value, correct, that part's right. And then new record is interface page type equals interface page type. Okay, so we have that part. And then the other one is interface creation. Which is this one, interface creation ID. But what is it that we have in that view? Interface creation page. Do we actually have anything from interface creation on there? Right, comma, dot. Yeah, so V interface creation, which I don't even think there's anything in it to pull over. So that's fine. But this is ultimately linking the interface creation ID to the pages that we make. And the pages then bring in page types, and the page type will bring in something like default suffix and default prefix. Default prefix and default suffix for interface page type. So we have default suffix and default prefix. Made those. But if we have prefix So we have default suffix, default prefix. Excellent. Right, actually. To name the pages, we probably need the subject. So we would say inner join interface creation. And then we could take table subject as a text field as well. Okay, so then we can do table subject v interface creation. Okay, so we could take is this select all? Yeah, this is select all. Okay. So this is going to be a weird one. Creation. Because then we would say interface creation model, interface creation new, interface creation dot SQL table dot subject equals table subject right, table subject equals that, and then that's where we would say new record dot interface creation equals interface creation. I'll bring it back. Right, let's try this some more. Okay, so ultimately, this part gets that part. Page type is there, but when we want to grab lists of interface pages based on an interface page event, creation event, which is here, and it simply does the assign properties to values, this one should look more like this one, which has the page type name, description, prefix, and suffix, which is what we want more of. Okay. So now we have the prefix and we have the suffix. And we have the table subject, but in this case, we would already have table subject because in this case, we're trying to return a list of those to that, but we could also just assign it, right? Because then we would say new record dot interface creation equals interface creation. So that's the parent. So if we nest it up or down or whatever, we would have that. And then that just means that when we want to make the name for the page, these are the SQLite methods. There's navigation methods. This is nav to detail. This is nav to list, nav to new. Interface creation page. When we want to make that view, we could do region, other methods. Okay, and we'll put that there. And then we simply say public void calculate set default name for page. Okay, and that's an item in the action, and we would then essentially give it the object of the interface creation page model, and that would just be record. Okay, and we're not returning anything, so we'll go to our templates and we'll code blocks, and we'll find a void return. Okay, like that. And essentially the name, we would say we'll do a string builder, SB, new string builder, technically. This part I like to separate to here. Okay, and then it would end up being something like SB record. No, not again. Append record dot page interface page type default prefix. Okay. Interface creation dot SQL table dot subject, right? And then default suffix. Okay. And then what should happen is we should be able to say record dot page name and then update this creation page record. So when we do modify the create page name, it does not mark it as dirty, but it should. Tracking fields dot mark dirty. That one, yes. is the view model, same deal. Is page to be created? Okay. Start, end, milliseconds, characters, estimated seconds to write manually, save. Okay, so we have those pieces, and if we went to our interface page types, I think we get the description. We get system data, interface page types. We do have a description on some of them. So if we went back here, no such column, v interface creation page, default prefix. That's here. Continue. Try again. Okay, it worked that time. We just hadn't committed the changes. So we'll grab here, schema, and employee. Okay, we'll take off the break on caption because we'll come back to that later. But we can go to pages to create. For whatever reason, I'm not seeing a description underneath those pages. So let's go to interface creation new. We'll grab find pages. Okay, tab item, pages to create. We have the border, we have a button. Content says generate names. Related records bar, but that's in a border. But it doesn't say that. Button, magic wand button. Okay, so now it says generate names. Okay, we'll give it a button name. Generate view names. Okay, give it a click event. Save. But the list view below it, we have a couple of things going on. We have the stack panel. We have a first stack panel, which is interface page type name. Okay, and then we can do text dot weights bold. Good. And this is supposed to be row span of 2. Okay. So we have that. And this would be description. Okay. Not bold. Okay, great. And it's not wrapping because there's no style on this text block. So if we went with style, text instructions, small. Oh shit, those are really small. Okay. I mean, it wraps, it does exactly what I wanted it to do. Texts, subtext, no. List box or view. Yeah, that works. Okay, I'm buzzing like crazy, I don't know why. Super buzzing. Okay. Then when we try and hit the button for generate names, now that we have those things, we can go up to the top of the grid. It says generate names, click. Alright, we now have that. And we can do B. Break here, go to definition. So when we wanted to generate stored procedure names, we just did a loop like this. And my guess is we could do the same thing. view names. Okay, so for each interface creation page model item in current record list pages, if item does not equal null, actions interface shit. Okay, up here. Interface creation page actions. Okay. Set default name per page. Item. So, for each item in list pages, which is a nullable, but it's all fine, essentially, as long as the current record list pages is not null, then this should be fine. And then set default name page, name for page. And this only works if this is not, if it's null or blank, right? So we can then say if string dot is null or white space, save, refresh, build errors, of course. Okay, dot generate view names. Okay, there are no errors now. Here, SQL table, schema, SQL table, group noun code. We have the group noun information, we have the important fields, field details, stored procedures. We could say create all and generate, and it'll put those names in. Go to pages, we hit generate names, continue. No changes, no changes, no changes, no changes. Okay, well, that's nice and all. But it did fill them in. Even though it didn't save any of them. It did fill them in. So bar chart page doesn't have a prefix or suffix, so it didn't do that quite right. But it did do the rest of them. And it didn't detect changes, of course. So why would it have detected changes? Interface creation page model, right? When we get the list from the interface creation actions, we have to make sure that they're marked loaded. So we go to Sqlite table methods, Sqlite methods here. This is then listing from an interface creation. Here, which I'm guessing is the one. Interface creation, yep. New record dot tracking fields dot is loaded equals interface creation dot tracking fields dot is loaded. New record dot tracking fields dot is editable equals interface creation dot tracking fields dot is editable. Okay. And then the update procedure prompt when changes are made, which is here. Save record. No, it's the other one. This one. details. Okay. Refresh that again. Again, SQL table, SQL Server, database, schema, priority level, table details, important fields, field details, store procedures, create all, generate, pages, generate names, continue, 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 refresh. Aha! Page view names did come through. Yep, continue. Okay. So those are the view names. Yep. And I do see them in the table in the background too. And then after the view names, we would have to create the view model names, which essentially is just going to be So here we go. So we have the views. We probably want to generate the view models to be the same thing, right? But I'm gonna switch it up a little bit because I want to say that the default suffix for views is just gonna be underscore v. Well, that could be determined by the project, the coding practice of that project, whether it's a prefix or a suffix. And that's going to determine the location as well. So a coding project would give us our coding practice, prefix, suffix, and naming convention. Okay, so we're probably going to have to set up the output destination with some of the standard practices in order to fill that in. Yeah. Alright. It's fine. Keeping it in my head is not helping matters at this point. But then, so output destination is going to be your coding project. Record tracking doesn't really matter. Make stuff happen when we hit the button. It's going to do a bunch of stuff and hope that it's filled in. We got to check for required fields and whatever. Okay. Yep. Fields. Have those. So we need other information about the field because we have the quick identification for important fields, but then we need to get into field details. You know, the maxes, mins, the other stuff should show up in here as well. We do have stored procedures, and okay, yeah. Right. So and pages to create, then it should be view model. It should be pretty consistent. Bar chart change needs a hand with that. Okay. If we wanted to have a button on one of these that copied the template and put it in a location, we would have to have a destination. The destination is going to be determined by the project, right? Because we want to save the project, and the project would tell us what the output overall path is, and the coding practices are. And then this table might have a location in it, right? Yeah, I think we have to start with project, views, project model, properties and fields. We got our standard tracking fields, but we don't have any breakdowns for the project, like regions or anything. Yeah, so we probably want information about the project to be organized a little bit better. And I don't think I have a table for the project, so I don't even have project actions. I don't have any of the project stuff put together. None of it. So, alright, so then we'll have to make up project stuff. Alright, let's get rid of the banner, because that's irrelevant. And, alright. Let's grab Twitch again here real quick, see who else is doing the same thing. Alright, some new people I'm gonna follow real quick on Twitch.
Data to
And,
file.
wow, that's interesting.
Alright. So there.
So many different styles of people programming and gaming and everything else. I mean, that's just kind of crazy. Okay.
That doing it is socially unacceptable.
Revolution. The main beneficiaries of the Micros in School scheme have been three small British computer firms.
Super weird. Twitch is freaking out. Alright, get rid of that. Moving on from there. Alright, so followed a few extra people. Now we can deal with some of the project stuff, because we'll need to identify the pieces for projects, such as like where the base folder is, which is fine. And then the table itself can get other information, like where do the view folders go, where do the model files go, and there. Oh, it sounds like a lot, but we start somewhere, right? So if we start with project detail here, and we just go into template detail, and then we take everything from our template, and we're going to put the template on the other screen so we can work with it a bit. Okay, we have our class name. Okay. Down like that. Very good. All right, then we have like the project details page, essentially with the related page fields, with the project's actions. I don't know if I just took this from an old template or what, but so this is the detail view model, right? And this is talking about an actions class that I don't have. So let's take everything that's projects underscore and just make it project underscore within the current document. And we'll still take this and we'll make a new class up here. Okay. Project actions. There we go. And then we'll grab our template actions, put that in the other screen. And it's a lot of lines, but it does a lot of stuff as far as the template goes, so we'll drop all those lines in. Okay, and we'll take these ones, bring them down here. Alright, it's pretty simple. Grab our class name, put that in. We have our SQLite. We're not doing anything with SQL Server for this, and then everything that says template replace with project in the current document. SQLite table information, then SQL Server information we're taking off. Okay. Just don't have it. We'll have to come back and fill in some of this other stuff, I think. because I don't know that we've fully hashed out like what these are, but we have project ID, project name, and project main folder. We probably want a project description as well. Replace the word name with description. Okay, save. Okay, and then we have project main folder. Pretty simple. If we went to our template actions where we had our properties and fields, this is our, okay, so we need our template model. Move that to the other screen as well. Okay, and then we had tracking fields, which we'll just do this with, and then the region can let it shrink. And now the project ID, we can make another region for, call it project ID. Okay, make sure to end the region like that. Then we can do a region around the project name field. Okay. Some people are going to be like, ah, that's stupid. No, okay, I don't care. Record tracking, tracking fields dot mark dirty, like that. Okay, project description. Yep. Project main folder. Yep. And that means inside of my template as well, put those in there too, because I keep forgetting to put them places. Okay, we have a decimal field, set that template as well. And then we're going to set our date field. Okay. Key ID, we're also going to set that. Very good. Alright, so project description, we have a project main folder. We don't necessarily need them all regioned out. It might not make sense to some people. I like to shrink them down a bit. Okay. Gotcha, so now we have properties and fields, and this one that gives us methods, but we don't really keep any methods within the model. Okay, so now we have our project model, and inside of our project actions, this is where we would do that. Now, inside of our actions for templates, when we're listing out our fields, do we include the primary key field? I don't think we do. We don't include any of the tracking fields either. So we go to project actions, yeah. And I'm just going to take the project model, bring it over here. In this case, we have project name, project description, and project main folder, which is pretty simple. So this one, project name, is not nullable as required. Okay, we can take this, put that there. Project description. Okay, it is nullable, it's not required. Okay, and then we have project main folder, which again is here. And we can then remove that. Okay, so I have name, description, main folder. Pretty straightforward. Okay. And then everything that says projects underscore M can be changed to just project underscore, then the current document. Change that out, very good. Those are the results. Project summary. I don't think we're going to use it, so we're going to hide that for right now. This is the new record, selected record. Again, it says underscore projects, plural, and so we're going to get underscore project, Do that. Save. So then this is create table, T-SQL table. Yep, got that. View. That one's taken care of as well. And then this is to populate the projects, but we don't have to populate anything here, so that goes away. Then this deletes everything. This delivers the table, truncates the table. This one's going to add the project, and essentially everywhere it says record ID, I want to say dot project ID in the document. There we go. Okay, and then this checks the values. This performs actions, appends that fun stuff. That's all good. Okay, so that creates a new project record. Deleting a project record, very, very similar. Getting a project record, again, this is all taken care of by the template. This is going to list out the projects, selects all the fields. It pulls in all the fields, assigns properties, and does all that jazz. So that is taken care of. And then we have another class called project filters, which we haven't set up yet. So we're going to go and get project up here, add class, project filters, add, there we go. And let's go back to our templates for filters. And we just shrink down everything. It's a lot, but we'll roll with it. Paste that in, very good. And then we'll put our class into our constructor here as well. So there we go. So now we have text field filters. We're going to copy those. We don't have date fields, integer fields. Those are gone. Okay. We have text field filters, which we're going to paste in again. And that's where we're going to change out the text field with project. What's the field name for project? Is it project name? Project name, yes. All right, place that with project name within the selection. Thank you, but that's, there we go, project name. And then down here for text field, we'll also do project description, place that one. Okay. And then another set of text filters, which we're going to replace then with the field project description, project main folder. Okay, and so replace that with project main folder within the selection, and that one is done too. Save, good. So filter value, project name equals null. Filter value, project description equals null. Filter value, project main folder equals null. Okay. Filters is now taken care of. That one's there. This is that one. Okay. Filter value, project name. Description. In folder. We got that. There is no integer fields. Take that out. Take the group by out as well. Okay, we have all the white space. We assign the stuff. We don't have any summary results. So again, I don't think we need this part. If we end up needing a summary later, then maybe. But for now, we don't. So we can take that out, and we can take that out. Okay. It'll just be easy to comment back in if we need it. We got the update. That part's taken care of. We got SQL connection because this is the SQL Server methods, which all get to go away. So that's a huge section of the thing. Now we get into the navigation of things, and we need pages. But you'll notice we already have a project detail V, but it's a CS file, not a XAML file. So this is a class, not a page. So this needs to be deleted. Okay, this is where we can then add a page called project detail V. Add that. That one goes in there. Good for us. Project detail V. Yep. And then view model, which is project detail view model here. Excellent. So this just needs to reference it and add the using, which it did, and we're good to go there. And then we have go to project ID, current record equals tracking is loaded as full. Yeah, okay, fine. Navigation, go to list. We have the project list, which is there. Yep, the only thing we're missing now is the data grid. So we're going to say page, data grid, view, add. Okay. Grab that one, go to our view models, add class, data grid view model. Very good. We'll go down to templates, data grid view model. Copy that, go up here, paste that. Excellent. Save. Grab our class name, replace it. Interface change, close our constructor. Everything that says template in here, just replace with project. Place, excellent, and that one is project models. Okay. Everything's projects underscore, just do project underscore, it should line right up. Very good. And then this one is results underscore projects, again, underscore project singular, place that. List project equals results project. Okay, which makes some sense. All right, so then we got our data grid view model. Now we need our data grid view. And if we go to our templates, we can take everything from the view model down, paste that in like so. All right. There we are. And this data grid save. All right. And then basically everything that underscore templates underscore project selected projects underscore template underscore project again selected project list project record ID project ID project name is the header and that's the binding. So nice and easy. Description, very good. Take out integer and date fields so we don't have those. Something is still not right because it's not updating. Yep. Features dot project view models. Okay. Those already taken. Save. All right. Let's grab something else. Results underscore projects. Again, same thing. Underscore project. All right. Good. Save. Error list. This one does not have project data grid view model within there. Well, if we build it, then it should. Still doesn't have a page loaded event. so let's go to the definition of that. This is the data grid view code behind. Okay, we need like 50 lines for that. Okay, save. That one's good. Build that again. Built worked. We now have projects. And if we go to our projects actions class, we should have table information, Sqlite table info. Yep, that's all fine. Field info, that's all fine. Collections and objects, that's all fine. Create table Sqlite T project. We want to create the table, create the view. So Sqlite, table lights and views. There's not much for it to depend on, so we will just do project actions. Yep, project actions dot create. Project actions dot create. There we go. All right, so the project table and view should be created. Now that means the interface record would have to affiliate with a project in order to get the destination information. So we'll need a new foreign key field on the project, and then the table itself will need an outbound field for the folder, essentially. It's fine. So now I should be able to go to our table, refresh all. We now have a table called tProject. Excellent. We do need a place in the menu within system data to probably add said projects. This information is all stuff they've put in, and then some of these would be system data. So like SQLite data types, those are ones the system starts with. Interface page types, procedure types, important field types. These three probably could be put under system data, probably be locked down a little bit, and then these ones not so much. So, and this is going to be one of those user data things. Okay, I'll be right back again. going brain numb from this stuff. But it's okay because it's making some sense, right? But we have 68 file changes in this branch so far, which always so much going on. So that's just today's changes. So that's fine, I guess. All right. Now that we have projects created, we have to be able to affiliate interface creation to a project, which means the model has to have a foreign key ID that we put into it, and the table also has to have that. So if we go down to template model, and let's find a field that does something similar. So we'll grab this, go over to this guy. This is SQL table, all right? But instead of calling it foreign key ID, we're going to do a foreign key ID. We're going to call it project ID, right? And then same thing with lowercase, which is then project ID. Okay. So we got project ID as the actual field that's in the table, and then we're going to relate it to project model, and we're going to call it just project and equals new. Okay, capitalize project. We'll make it a project model. Very good. Same deal. We just return the project, but we are going to say is that if the value does not equal null, then project equals value, and then we would say as if project dot project ID is greater than 0, then project ID is well, I guess we could actually put both of those clauses in one. Basically say if the value coming in does not equal null, and value dot project ID is greater than 0, then we assign the project to the value, we assign the project ID to the values project ID. Okay, we mark it has changed, and why doesn't it like me now? Oh, there's an extra. Okay, yep. So if the value is not equal null and the project ID is greater than 0, then set up the project and the project ID. Otherwise, just mark project to be null and project ID to be null and notify property changed, one way or another. Okay, so we have the project ID. That part's all good. It's in the model, but we have to go up to actions and put it into the table information. So we'll go into here. Oh, this is templates. We don't want templates. We want interface creation model. So actions. Okay, and we really only have a bunch of IDs early on. So we have a server database schema table. Okay, that's grand. We're going to grab this one, and we're going to do project ID, which is an integer, which is int 32. Great. Now that we have that, we can then find other fields like project name, project description, etc. So we would then take probably copies of these two fields like this, and just replace the word SQL Server with project. Okay, so we have project name, view to T project. Yep. And we'll actually just make it V project. Yes. And then when we do go to our view information, we go to create the view, then we're not just going to be joining these, we're also going to be joining a left outer join to a V project on project ID equals V project dot project ID. Save. Okay, that's pretty straightforward, I think. Let's grab this clause here. Let's go into our SQLite where we have interface creation view, and let's drop another join. This should give us to the V project, which does exist. Let's format that. Yep, and there's no projects to join to, there's no data to join to. That's all fine. Okay, but we still need a way to show it in the interface, and we'll need to be able to get a list of them. And I think that's what one of these methods is supposed to do, is it's supposed to be able to get the list of projects. And before we can say, hey, go get a list of projects, we'll have to have a page where we can add the projects. So we have to test that. And we have a list, and there's nothing on it. Okay. So let's go find our template list of what it's supposed to look like. And let's grab everything from the view model down. Okay, got that. Paste this. Okay. Checklist, very good. All right. Still filters supposedly doesn't exist, right? So template project list view model. Yeah, it hasn't been filled in. So we go to templates list view model, and we take everything, paste that in. Right. Just copy the constructor name, put that in there, minimize that, and then place everything that says template with project within the current document. Okay, we have that. All right, so we have projects list, and then everything that says projects underscore, make it project underscore singular. That should work there. List page fields, project filters, that's all fine. Now this same thing in reverse, underscore project, select, save. All right, so we have no Pareto. That's going away. Okay, this talks about a bar chart. I don't have a bar chart. We're just going to say null. We have a data grid. We don't have page options 2 and 3. We're going to delete those. We have page option 1. We would then say project name, project name, project name. There we go. All right, so list view model has been taken care of, and now we should have that, and then it doesn't say project name. Okay. And the content is project name. All right. Put another one in here. Make it project description. filter value, project description. Okay, like that. Last stack column, that can also go away. All right, we don't have more filters. We're just going to say visibility equals collapsed, and that is gone. Okay. Anything else here seems good. Error list, no errors. Build it. Yep, and we have a bunch of errors. Excellent. Does not contain definition for loaded because we didn't do the code behind for the list view. So we go to the code behind, grab that, close this, paste that. Okay. Substitute the view model, save. All right, and simply replace the word templates with the word project underscore like that. Yep, project actions. Yep, okay. Like so. Yep, got that one. Save that. Now what other errors do we have? Not having unloaded. Okay, we have page loaded. We seem to have unloaded now. Build it again. See what we get. Okay, that one went through. So now we have our project list. New, doesn't have anything. Okay, templates. New. Okay. Okay, we got that. New, excellent. Data context, grid columns, row definitions, border header. That's fine. Port bug, again, that's fine. Border data entry, data fields, label. Yep, there we go. New record not found in project new view model. So let's go up and see what we get. Project new view model has absolutely nothing in it. So we'll go to templates new view model and we'll simply grab everything from there and bring that back up here. Okay, let's rename this. Minimize that, minimize this. Move the word template, replace with project. Then the document, yep. Project, excellent. Okay. Then we can take everything that's projects underscore actions, project underscore like so. Yep, yep, yep. And then we would simply do that as well. Save. Very good. Build. How many times we can build this and still have issues? I forget to do goofy stuff like this, but that's the whole point. Okay, so then we go to the new page, find our code behind. Okay. Buzzing again. So we have that. We can our build. It does build. Excellent. So let's re-review. We have a new page, we have a list page, we have a detail. We don't have a detail page. Okay, open that one up. Let's go to our detail view. Let's grab everything from the view model down again. So we got our detail view. Nope. Save. Detail. Yep. All right, so our row definitions are good. Our border header is fine. I think it all comes down to the actual fields themselves. So then we call it project name. Project name. Yep. And then we'd simply grab that, put another one in. Project description. Call box. Project description. Okay. We have no integer, we have no decimal, we have no decimal, we have no dates, we have no foreign keys, we have no combos, stack panels, or toggles. So that's gone. All right, and then the only other thing we have then after that is main folder. Okay. Main folder. Yeah. Yeah. You can always drop a button into the style. So it's right next to like a browse button or something. We have our description. We'll probably be adding more to it later. And then for this one, we can simply say visibility collapsed. Save. Okay. Lots of fun stuff. Build it again. Does not contain page loaded. Okay. Go to definition. It's here, it's just not filled in, so we'll go to template detail, code behind. Grab everything from here. Paste. Structure, we got our methods. Yep. Okay. So template stuff's not there anymore, and we'll take that off. Feel like I just did this again, but whatever. Okay, so now we have projects. So now that we have projects, we have to go to menus and insert somewhere where we can add projects. So inside of our data menu, we have system data. Page types, this button should be moved over to here. As page type. Important field types should be moved over to here. Okay, procedure types should be moved over to here. Okay, so in that case, then we have user data. So we have the users entered servers, databases, schemas, tables, table fields, views, view fields, which haven't even gotten into yet. That's a whole different problem. But that's a later issue. And then, so user data, page section header, go to definition. We can probably say page section header centered. And if we were to put in a new property, call it horizontal alignment, say center, and then I think there's also a property called text alignment. That'll be center. Okay, and then this one can be that, and system data can also be that. It's much better. Okay, now user data would then also have a new button in it for projects button. Change this out, just make it project list, content, projects, click event, project list. Good. Project list click would then take us to project actions dot nav to project list. Pretty simple. Okay, let's go and walk through it. System data, projects. We now have a list. We can hit add new. It ends up being stupid wide. I'm not sure why, but we have fields that don't make any sense on the new project form. So we're going to go to the project, new view. Okay. And yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. So data fields, project information. Okay. Project name. Project name, just like that. Then we'll grab that and paste it in again. Description. Project description, yes. Okay. We have that integer. All that comes out. Okay, description is input tall box, and in folder. Project main folder. Okay. So main folder brings up an interesting feature where we have to go and find a folder path and then store the folder path. Okay. So I think we have a utility for file handling, file and folder handler, and one of those is find folder dialog, which is this one. And essentially it should open it up and it should return a string. That's for the file and folder utility. So I do believe that underneath the main folder button, or main folder field here, we can put in a button. Okay, and we'll give it a style and do like a folder type button or browse for folder or something. We'll do something like that, I guess. I don't know. We'll make a new style for for this. Yeah, we'll take one from the magic wand button, and I'm thinking we'll do something similar. Got add record, apply record. Okay, we'll put it in here. All right, and this is going to be button browse for folder. Okay, border thickness 1, min width 120, template, border, yep, stack, fine, image, wizard, no. That's where it's going to be, there's got to be a folder option. All right, so we're going to open folder in File Explorer, yep. And I'm going to go find my pictures. So okay, we'll drop in a new asset called folder opened. Right, we're going to put the properties to resource, so it'll be a part of the app. And then we will change the icon to folder opened, like that. Okay. Now it does have a content presenter that I think we can set the text to be something, but we'll grab button, browse for folder. Okay. And we will swap this one to that. Yes. And then we'll say tell it content browse for folder. Okay. Horizontal alignment left. Yeah, makes sense. Name button browse for folder. Okay. Click. Go to definition. Close this. Take this out. Okay, so if we go to populate combo boxes, we go in here, then we can add a utility, I think. Yeah, we'll just make it a private file and folder utility, file and folder equals new. Okay, yeah, populate combo boxes and void browse for project folder. Wait, why file and folder utility? Yeah, find folder. Okay. Field read only. Isn't this used somewhere else? The public class? Yeah, but find folder dialog is static. So I don't actually need this. I can simply say file and folder utility, find folder dialog. Okay. And if this does something, it's going to return whatever. So we can then say new record dot project main folder is set to find folder dialog. Save, and that's in the new form. And then that also means here, this would be read only true. Okay, and we can browse for the folder. The folder's name should appear in here then right away. Underneath the instructions, we can then put new text in. I'm just texting now. Okay. All right, where are we at? So we have instructions, and then this is like a page section header, but we can change this to instructions. We can say one, identify the project name. Two, browse for the folder where the project files are stored. Okay, so the description is not required. Okay. And the main folder will be needed for later, so that's fine. Yeah. So we've saved all that. Close this, close that, open this. Okay, so let's go to our data menu. Projects, add new. Project 1. Also, that doesn't work. Blah, 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 blah. Continue. Okay, so project came in, but the project folder didn't. And if I open this up, project main folder is still here, but not editable because I didn't hit edit, and then I can type directly into it. But we don't want that editable. We want the button to be able to put that in. We do not have the button there. And this still says return to template list. So the detail page projects will have to be modified again. We only have like 79 changes in one branch here. Because why not? Okay. I feel like I've changed almost every file in the freaking project at this point. Okay. Where were we? So the button when adding new projects didn't work. And so if we open that guy up, we hit browse for folder, we go to our click event, we do that, then we can say VM browse for project folder. Okay, save, try it again. Okay, system data, projects, new project, blah 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 blah, and browse for folder. Then we can pick that and the path goes in. Does it save like that? Open that up, and that's project 1. This is project 2. Excellent, it does get the project folder. So that's already a good thing. And then inside of project detail, we have the return to list, find, return to template list. Yep. Button, list, button. Okay, let's try in the project. Where else does it say that? Look at that. It says it right here on interface page detail. So we're going to return that to the list, button, list button. Thank you. Let's go to the next one. All right, SQL database detail, return to list, button, list button. Excellent. Try again. This one's go to template list again, return to list, button. Oh wow, that button, list button. Thank you. Why didn't we need more things to change? Okay. Button, list button. Try again. This is apparently a consistent problem in a bunch of my stuff. Okay. Save a bunch of stuff. So now we're up to 79 changes and we're back here. So we can return to the list. We have the list of projects, which is fine. Now that we have the list of projects, we need to add the project selection option to interface creation page. Okay. I think it's the tables that need to know like where the destination is for the views, the models, and the view models. So, and it can be different for each table. So I think that's where I'll pair them up is against the table. So it just means more fields onto the SQL table stuff. That we'll have to modify, which is fine, I guess. So the other piece to a project that we wanted to know is what the coding standard was for the project. Like, how do you name views, view models, and models throughout the project, like all the same? What's the default? So I did not add those fields. I probably should add those fields. And when we open up one of these, it can be, you know, coding practices for a project and use suffix prefix, view model, suffix prefix, and yeah, models, view models, and views. And then also think that makes sense because yeah, I think that makes sense. You would have your subject, your types on either side, and then whatever, and you can always customize them, but that just helps map them out. So for project, we would need to fill in 6 more fields, I'm thinking. Suffix and prefixing for views, view models, and models. give us that flexibility, and that would make sense, I think. This thing with the new pop-up, it's annoying, but I can deal with it, I guess. I don't know how I'm getting them, and then they're getting not in the right order. So that's a different issue. And then in the list view, we have a button for side navigation with add new. And I think we're going to do 2-line content project. Add project, yeah. And then column definition for border. Side nav pane. Yep, that's the one. Okay, we're going to copy that. Find in the current project where else this is used. And so yeah, close that. Okay. And then that's side pane. And I think what we can do then is bug report. Add bug report. Yep. Okay. Save. Order side navigation. So that's that part set up. And then no. 2-line. This is then what page am I in? Important field type. Important field type. Okay, so it is not wrapping essentially, but it should wrap then. Content presenter. Text block dot text line stacking strategy? No. Word wrapping, maybe. Text block. Content presenter. So how do we do word wrapping in a content presenter? Okay. Okay. So text binding, and then it's wrapping. So if we went back to important field type, yeah, but now it's like left justified. Text block, text wrapping, alignment, horizontal alignment, text alignment, centered. Okay, add important field type. Yeah, so it's wrapping just fine. Okay. Makes sense to me. Works. Perfect. All right, we got that part. Where were we? We were doing board side navigation pane. Yeah. Side nav pane, side nav pane. Okay. Side nav pane. Yeah. Copy. And then this one is add new interface creation page, which I'm not super good at. All right. And then this one is side pane. Yep. Copy. Standardize the width of the side pane. Yep. So then add SQL database. This becomes 2-line. SQL database becomes the next line. So that makes it a little bit easier to work with. Okay. What is this? Sqlite data type. Okay. All right. Easy enough, I think. 86 changes now. Go figure. So just need to have a column width set up because it could just be width equals auto. Yeah, it's 130. Does that make sense? Page subject. Yeah, that's a new one. Sorry, I did that on the SQL Server. I hadn't rolled it out to all of them yet. Okay. More inconsistency, I guess. SQL table fields. Boop. Okay. Oh, lots of stuff done. That's a good thing. Only 89 freaking file changes, so